we doing? Ooh, I'm so excited for this. Oh, man. It feels wrong being so excited for this. Just a moment, just getting things set up. What's up, ducks? Good morning. It's so weird being here so early. Let me do one thing. I don't know about you all, but I'm pumped. I'm pumped. How we doing? What's up, ducks? What's up, Mab? Everybody slowly getting in. Happy Friday. What a great event to happen on a Friday, to be honest with you. I feel guilty for being so pumped up about this debate, but it feels like a long time coming with this whole debate. Oh, I got to pull that up. Give me a second, get that ready on the screen. PBD is going to be the moderator. I think that's a quite fair moderator. Let's see if there we go. Go over this, bring this up there.
Conservative activists and
oh boy. Bring this up over here.
Conservative activist and podcaster Charlie Kirk has been shot.
Tyler James Robinson.
All right. Mab says she's running around and packing. I'm here though. I don't know how long this debate is going to go. Could go a long time, could go a short time. I'm still surprised Candace Owens actually decided to accept the debate. Rich bitch now, $300,000. All right. That's cool. Real quick before it's about 5 minutes, and usually PBD is a little late sometimes, so we'll let them figure that out. I did want to play for you all. I want to play just a little bit of the beginning of Michael Knowles, his response, because initially Andrew Wilson and I guess Candace Owens, they were kind of hitting around the idea that they were going to have Michael Knowles moderate it. He'd be a good moderator. He's a fair dude. He's judicious, as he likes to say. But listening to him give his explanation as to why he's going to decline makes me feel like a piece of shit. While we wait, here's a little bit of Michael Knowles and why he has decided not to be the moderator for tonight's debate. All right, Michael, what do you got for us?
I woke up Friday morning to the news that I had been invited to moderate a debate on the murder of my friend Charlie Kirk between Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens. Andrew had suggested me as moderator, and Candace accepted, and then they started arranging the details of the debate. There was just one person they forgot to ask.
Who's
From
that?
what I've gathered, the debate apparently involves big money, hundreds of thousands of dollars raised as prize money or something. I'm actually not totally sure what the purpose of the money is.
He does make a good point at the end, but I feel like Candace and Andrew, maybe you guys should just donate that money to a charity. He's going to say to the Kirk family, not necessarily Erica, but maybe set up some type of trust for the kids. It's not a bad idea.
Even being offered a cut. In any case.
Like, why does Candace need $300,000 to defend her, I'm going to say it, lies? I'm not Team Candace on this one. I'm very out in the open. I am not Team Candace, nowhere near that. I'm definitely Team Wilson on this. A little more Michael.
After giving it serious consideration over the weekend, I will be declining the invitation. Ooh. The whole internet seems to think this debate will be must-see content. And I'm sure it will be. I bet it'll get zillions of views.
It's going to be.
That is, in fact, why I'm declining.
Aww.
I'm gratified that the debaters think I have the right temperament to moderate. I try to be judicious, not get too emotional, not call people names, and so on.
If you like the
But in
stream,
many
tap
ways,
the screen.
I'm probably the single worst person to moderate this
Thank
debate.
you for reminding me, man.
Because for 10 or 11 months now,
Appreciate
I have
you.
been very possibly the only person on the internet who has consistently maintained that our friend's murder should not be used for podcast content.
Tap the
On
shit
debate
out of
matter
that
itself,
screen.
I've said many times, I think the evidence is pretty clear that Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie. But that fact alone would not preclude me from moderating. Everyone has opinions, doesn't mean you can't be fair. The bigger issue is that even if I didn't think Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie, I am certainly convinced that the guilt for Charlie's murder should be adjudicated with gravity and sobriety in a court of law, rather than in an Ouroboros of endless, not to mention lucrative podcasts. The only silver lining in the storm cloud of Charlie's murder was the brief unity it brought to the right.
That was like a split second right after Charlie Kirk got. The right was like, yeah, fuck the left, and which is fine. You know, if something happens on the left, it unifies the left and makes them come together to say fuck the right. Very natural things that happen as far as unity goes. But yeah, for the split second, like the right wasn't as fractured as it is right now.
You might recall it was very brief.
Very
The right
brief.
came together as leftists at every level of politics revealed their rot and cruelty by justifying and celebrating Charlie's murder, in some cases before his body was even cold. Soon after, however, a cottage industry sprung up of Charlie murder content.
That's a great way to it's Charlie murder content. There's no other way around that one. People are making bank. I mean, stuck in the middle. We not that we're making bank off that, but when we decided to come back as a show, I think we started streaming in like August again, and a month after that is when the Charlie Kirk thing happened, September 10th. And in that time period from September 10th to now, it's kind of fallen off a little bit, but we've had our biggest jump in subscribers, our biggest, a lot of likes, a lot of views, stuff like that has been happening. It's kind of died off since then, but we found ourselves, just like a lot of other shows out there, found themselves, quote, in the middle of it, meaning, you're kind of using this whole story for content, trying to help your channel grow, stuff like that. It has died down now. What's up, Shep? What's up, Rally Us? But to see this debate, it feels like a culmination of all those months, like everyone who's been kind of in it, so to speak, as far as the conspiracy, the official narrative. This does feel like we might come to an end or an agreement. I'm not sure. That's a great, let me do this. Let me just throw up a poll real quick. Let's see if we can poll it up. Engage with your audience. Who wins? There we go. Candace, Andrew. Bam. Go ahead, give it a vote. Listen, we got 21 people hanging out right now. I'd like to see 21 likes on this stream. That would be awesome. And if you guys are enjoying it, as Mab said, tap the screen. Are we starting? Let me make sure we're not missing anything. Michael knows we're just kind of buying us some time until this thing gets going. All right, they're still waiting, so we'll go back to a little more Michael Knowles here.
Candace, of course, launched her series on the subject, which I've said many times from the beginning I thought was wrong, and I wish you wouldn't do it. But it got lots of views. People found it very interesting. Then all sorts of other podcasters started doing their own shows. Full-length shows, weeks of shows, months of shows.
We're at
about how much they
100%
hated
Andrew right
Candace's
now.
shows about Charlie's murder. And those podcasts got lots of views, too. The other group of podcasters' justification was that they wanted to debunk Candace's theories, to get people to stop watching her shows. Many of them, I suspect, had very good intentions. But I said at the time that I thought it was a bad idea, that it would be counterproductive, that we should state our opinions, of course, tell the truth as we see it, but that to obsess over every theory and speculation and provocation.
Guilty as charged. Guilty as charged with that.
Not only would not work, but in fact would do more harm than good to everyone and everything other than the view counts and bottom lines of the various podcasters. I predicted that this issue would only be resolved in a court of law, that opinions would only be changed by the prosecution and the defense, the sort of thing we began to see in the pretrial hearing last month, that all the rest of it was noise at best, and at worst, a very dark form of entertainment.
So he's like, I don't want to get in the mix of any of this because it just seems like if we're going to argue their crazy theories, we're giving light to their crazy theories, and we don't want to do that. What's up, Kevin Collins? KC YouTube today, Dublin. I Hell yeah, man. Taft Dublin. Does that mean you're out of Ireland? Ooh, it just dropped down. Andrew went down from 100% to 67%.
Basically, everyone ignored my opinion, and many people harshly criticized me for suggesting it. But here we are, 11 months later, and despite innumerable podcasts on the subject, the matter has not been resolved.
It hasn't. Just seems as if it's helping to grow the fracture. Something also interesting, too, I was talking about this with Shamrock in the Discord that we got. Go join the Discord. Find that on the YouTube post. You can find the link there. But the lawyers recently for Tyler Robinson, they were trying to argue to get the death penalty taken off the table. And in the way they were arguing that, they were saying, I guess they used the terminology shooter, but they said, well, the shooter hit his intended target, therefore no one else was in danger. Me and Shamrock were like, huh? How is that not incriminating towards their own guy? Like, yeah, no, the shooter just set out to, hurt one person, not the entire crowd there. And their argument there is, well, capital punishment should be left for those who do harm to one or two or more people, something along those lines. So they're like, he shouldn't get the death penalty because he only shot one person. But it's like, so you're saying he shot one person then? Okay. All right. I'd like to see if Candace or Andrew address that one. That should be quite interesting. Let's go back a little more to Michael Knowles here. While we wait.
The rancor has gotten worse. The appetite for the Charlie murder industry is higher than ever. So, this debate will be the Super Bowl of Charlie murder content. Millions of people will watch it, lots of money will be made, lots of opinions will be put forward. And I strongly suspect that this too will fail to put the matter to rest. Lots of very fine people I quite like in it.
Yeah, how do we feel out there in the chat? Do we think that after this debate gets solved, whatever, like after the debate gets had, after it's over, are we at a point where we both agree where the left side is like, okay, no, that kind of makes sense. And the right side's like, oh, I see where you're getting at. Just like Michael Knowles, I kind of feel like it's just going to further fuck shit up. But I'm so intrigued to see how Candace is going to argue her points. I'm intrigued to see how Andrew will argue his points. Ryan DeLion says, bunch of fucking morons. Who, us or the debaters? Not nice, sir. Such sultry language. Listen, morons or not, I can't wait to watch it. It's gonna be fucking tits. PBD's always late. He's always late. He takes his time.
My friends of mine think this debate is a good idea. I am in the distinct minority of people who have consistently held that all of this chatter is not doing any good whatsoever. Everyone else, on all sides of the subject, seems to think that we're just one podcast away from settling it. So because of that, I'm sure Andrew and Candace will have no trouble finding a suitable moderator, probably several, who holds a different view of the genre than I do.
Apparently they went through Joe Rogan. Apparently they went through, I guess, some other dude before they landed on Michael Knowles. And obviously we know he said nope, and now they're on PBD. Sports says U.S. soldiers jumping from ships. Yeah, I saw that article. I saw, like, someone posted it in our Voice of the People page on Facebook, and that's true. That's a bummer. What's more of a bummer is, like, that's going on while we're like, yeah, all that, but there's a debate going on. Yeah, people jumping from ships, soldiers having horrible depression and being very scared about an attack on their ship. But no, let's not worry about that right now. There's a debate going on between who killed Charlie Kirk and who didn't. All right, Michael.
However, since I was briefly roped into all of this, I would like to make a couple proposals before I end my involuntary involvement.
Okay.
First,
we'll hear you out.
I understand there's a lot of money on the line in this debate. I don't know the exact number or even how it's supposed to be distributed. If it's a split among the debaters and the moderator.
At one point, Wilson said he would essentially raise it to $1,500,000 for him, $500,000 for Kansas, and then the moderator would get like 50 G's from Andrew and 50 G's from Kansas. But it seems like it's gone back down to 300,000. So I'm not sure if Andrew is getting any of that money or if it's all for Candace. What I do know is, as far as what PBD said, he's saying he's not taking a dime for it, and he's flying out to wherever. I'm assuming it's close to Kansas. CANDACE. I keep saying Kansas, like the fucking state. CANDACE. It's close to CANDACE somehow, but he's flying out on his own dime. He can afford it, but it's good faith. He's not taking money from either side. It's either take it from both sides or no sides. So he's going no sides. Ryan DeLion says nobody should listen to Candace or Wilson or Knowles, all retarded grifters. Right, but like, let me concede to that point. And yes, for sure, they are all retarded grifters. Like, isn't it still like fun? You know, like watching retarded grifters go at it. I mean, for me, it is. Like, I still think it's not all that retarded as far, but Candace, she's definitely a retard. How the hell you pronounce this guy's name? I'd Wankanobi, master debater like Cartman. Well, I don't know about all that. I don't know if anybody can be as good as a debater as Cartman now. Easy with that. Easy with that. PBD equals God? No. I mean, maybe for you. I mean, I enjoy a good PBD from every now and again. A good PB&J too. All right, a little more Michael before. Hopefully it begins shortly.
Or if it's a prize for the winner, or if there will even be a declared winner. I don't know. What I propose, though, is that every penny of the prize money, as well as the video monetization revenue from however many platforms this is streamed on and restreamed on, probably hundreds of them, goes to Charlie's kids. I would suggest a college scholarship fund, but Charlie famously hated college. Other than Hillsdale, maybe Liberty, a few others.
Could you imagine they set the money up for the kids' college fund? It's like, dude, this guy, he didn't like college. It's like that's the exact opposite of what he would have wanted. No, don't go to college. No. Starting soon. Oh, I'm so pumped.
But put it in a...
This debate could go a very long time, or it could go 45 minutes. Who the fuck knows?
Just for that. Something. Some way to avoid a circumstance in which anyone is profiting off our buddy's corpse. My second proposal is that everyone involved, the debaters, the moderator, the audience, everyone, agrees to keep the cameras rolling for as long as it takes to hash out all of the issues and opinions and intuitions and anything else that can possibly come to mind.
That's why it needs to go for a bit. Some of these speculations and accusations need to be fleshed out. I have yet to see Candace or a Stu Peters, if you will, or whoever, like a lot of people on that side, I've yet to see them attempt to flesh out the official narrative. They more so are always finding things that make I'm just asking, oh, this is weird. I mean, Candace's new one right now, she's onto a new one right now. And she's like, well, he couldn't have, it's something to do with Chick-fil-A. Hang on one second. I'll pull it up. Maybe I can't find it. It should be here somewhere. Garbage both sides. It says happening. Oh, here we go. This is her new claim. It'd be awesome to hear this claim be brought up. This is her new explanation as to why there's no way Tyler Kirk could have killed Charlie Kirk. Because if he was really radicalized about LGBTQAI+, he wouldn't have ate at a Chick-fil-A. That's the groundbreaking work this lady does. Groundbreaking.
And the next part of it is actually where it gets really fun because he goes to Chick-fil-A, and my producer pointed out to me the hilarity of that. Have you ever met a person who was radical about LGBTQ rights that would eat at Chick-fil-A?
Broken open. Case broken open. Case is broken open.
Chick-fil-A, the Christian company that has come under fire from virtually every LGBTQ rights organization in America because their CEO openly asserted that his perspective was that marriage can only take place between a man and a woman. Remember that? Like, that's kind of their vibe.
What if just, like, go with me on this. What if it's just the chicken and the food are just so fucking delicious that it's like, you know what? Anti-gay or not, I'm pro their chicken because their chicken makes me straight. That should be like their slogan. Chicken so good, it'll make you straight. Wouldn't that be awesome? They're like, listen, I'm still, you know, gay. I was gonna say half of, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm still gay, but damn, that chicken made me straight. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to see from the gays that go to Chick-fil-A.
Grant.
I'd go straight for that chicken.
Yeah, Tyler Robinson was so fired up by LGBTQ issues that he went to go commit a murder, but also he went to Chick-fil-A. And we're told that in Tyler Robinson's text confessions to Lance Twiggs, Tyler wrote this. He wrote, quote, some hate can't be negotiated. Oh, unless.
What is he gonna go, like? What is he gonna go to, like Chick-fil-A and assassinate Chick-fil-A? What's the?
Unless that hatred comes with a side of Chick-fil-A sauce, I guess.
What if before Charlie Kirk? I mean, I feel like we could have. Now we know how to protect people who are anti-LGBTQAI+. What we do is if they go out in public, we just dip their whole body in Chick-fil-A sauce. That way, it's like it's a straight force field. They're like, oh no, he likes the opposite sex. He's dipped in Chick-fil-A sauce. We can't do shit about it. Like, that is such a simpleton like theory. Well, you see, he was gay, right? So he wouldn't have eaten at Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-gay. It's not called Chick-fil-gay, is it?
Yes. And he's ready to negotiate. And
Her negotiate. Yeah. Her fucking face. I'm glad I got some things to go Trump. Got it. Yeah. Wouldn't it be awesome if Trump was the moderator? Okay, this is gonna be probably maybe the best debate that's ever happened. It's because I'm moderating. He just kind of like he always gets off the debate topic and just goes about talking about himself. I'm doing a really good job on this moderation right now, don't you think? Really good. The best it's ever seen. But sure, go Trump. Go Trump if you want to go Trump. You know, did we finish Michael? Let's finish Michael real quick. I know we're just bouncing around. We're trying to fill some time here. Michael's he's got another minute.
And then to put an end to the Charlie murder industry, for the sake of Charlie's widow, Erica, for the sake of his kids, for the sake of his whole family, as well as for the sake of his political legacy, and not least for the sake of justice. Tyler Robinson's defense can make its case. The state can make its case. The rest of us can comment as hard facts come to light from the authorities and from the accused. Those are my suggestions, since I was sort of asked. I have no expectation that anyone will pay any more attention to those suggestions than they did to my similar recommendations many months ago. But the best thing that could come out of this debate is for it to be the final word of the Charlie Kirk murder industry. If I thought that were likely to happen, I might have agreed to moderate. And I'm open to being proven wrong. I hope I'm proven wrong. But I wouldn't put any money on it.
That's Michael Knowles for you. There are people who are actually on the side of the official narrative, but look at Andrew Wilson like he's doing something horribly, horribly wrong. Here's Officer Tatum giving his opinion on this whole thing, and he is on the side of the official narrative. He is not a can slopper, if you will. He's not about that life. But I guess he's also not about the life of giving Candace Owens $300,000 to debate her crazy points. He's not a fan.
Now I guess there's a debate going on this Friday. Candace and Andrew Wilson, I think his name is.
Don't act like you don't know his name.
$300,000 to debate her. What world are we living in that a human being can be so stupid to think that if this person is wrong, I'm going to pay you $300,000 to argue with you on your platform that's going to have 300,000 people watching, where you're going to make all the money. You're going to make $400,000 just for me to argue with you.
When you put it like that, I can't really disagree with them. Like, why? It's like she's the one kind of making up whatever. Let's just say it for what it is. She's kind of making up bullshit, and for her to talk more about her bullshit and to dig in on some of that bullshit, you need to give her money to spew her bullshit. It's like, when you put it like that, yeah, it's a little wild.
You can't be that stupid.
You can. You definitely can be.
I wouldn't pay anybody money to debate me. What am I going to pay you to debate me for? We can debate for free. You already going to get the revenue for the debate being on your channel. Why would I pay you money?
Fair point. He wasn't the only one who had some opinions on Candace not debating for free. The one, the only Nick Fuentes. It's always interesting to see this guy's opinion on things. Not a big Nick Fuentes fan, but he just goes and pisses off everyone, no matter what.
Alice Anna sent $20. What kind of best good friend accepts $300,000 to debate someone about their BFF's assassination?
What a great point. What if Charlie was your best friend? Why do you need to accept $300,000 to defend your best friend's honor? What? Can slop. Suicidal empathy. Yes. Indeed, Miska. Indeed.
Anyway, no one has morals anymore. She should at least give the money to his children.
Yeah, she shouldn't take the money. That's insane. You just can't take the money on its face. You know, what a bad look that is. You're a multi-millionaire. Like, you have to know that she's loaded. The viewership that she gets, the ad money, the ad reads that she makes on the show, the super chats, the subscriptions, she's probably got to be clearing $1 million a month, would be my guess. I mean, something like that. Probably between $500,000, maybe $1 million a month.
PBD's got like 32,000 people in his chat watching right now. Candace Owens has 128,000 people watching in her chat, and Wilson has 10K. So, I mean, Candace Owens definitely has her audience tuned in, ready to go on this whole thing. And everyone is we're still waiting. We're still waiting. I'm very interested to see if this goes the way I hope it goes. How will those 128,000 people cope after this? What's up, Butcher Barendorf? How you doing? How will they cope after this? D. Ryzen Douglas says, who cares? I do. I care. I'm interested in it. I am. Indeed, I am. Yes, Miska, you finally made a live. Hell yeah. Welcome. Still waiting on these motherfuckers. All right, well, back to little Nick here.
Be clearing $1 million a month, would be my guess. I mean, something like that. Probably between $500,000, maybe $1 million a month.
Oh my God.
Between the AdSense, the ad reads, which she does multiple per show, the subscriptions on the Candace Owens site, I think she does merch. That's got to be like, I mean, we're talking maybe $500,000, $1 million, maybe more every month. To take the $300,000 and you just can't do it.
We got 51 of you hanging out here. Go give us a like if you feel so inclined and help us out get the stream a little further. Tap that screen if you like the stream.
It can't be about both. It's got to be one or the other. Like, if your whole thing is I have profited so fabulously from this story, and that's accidental, or incidental. Yeah, I'm avenging my dead friend, and I've turned my show into a soap opera about his death because I just really care, and I just really want to get to the bottom of it.
Oh, thank you, Shamrock. Appreciate
I've also
that.
enriched myself to the tune of millions
Duck
of dollars.
says good point. Mab agrees.
Okay, fine. But then you can't go and take $300,000 to debate.
Yeah, so Nick is a little miffed. Like, why the hell are you going to... You already make a shitload of money. Do you really need more? Like, this is her ultimate grift. She's worked this up so much to we're now paying her to hear her defend her points. I feel like, I hate to say it, she's already won. Like, even if she loses, the fact that it got to this point and she made $300,000, let's see what she does with that money, but she's kind of already won. It's regardless if Wilson wins, she's going to find a way to be like, oh, well, TP did this or that. Like, there's always going to be a way to wiggle out of it. There's a way to wiggle out of it.
The merits of your claims. What a bad look. We have to pay a ransom.
Oh, I want to show you her new picture,
to
too.
Defend her claims.
This new picture is great. It's compressed.
She's deputized her followers to harass civilians.
See if I can pull this up.
Like random people in the crowd. She's like the terror of Turning Point USA. And now you're going to take a $300,000 payday on behalf of Charlie's estate or something for the debate? It's totally ridiculous.
Yeah. but hey, it got her to debate her side. So I guess you gotta give her that. That's what I said. I feel like she's kind of already won this. I want to show you this now. This came out 2 days ago. So not only does she have that new Chick-fil-A theory, but now what she's gonna do is I guess she's got never before seen photos before. And it's interesting to see how she shows these photos, because if you know anything about film or lenses, let's just watch.
Reflecting on that, if you believe as I do that Tyler Robinson is in fact a patsy, and of course the outfit that the person they were going to tell us was Tyler Robinson, caught on neighborhood cameras, caught on blurry stairwells of him walking down the park.
Miska's asking, what's with this money? What's the money all about? Well, for the longest time, let's maybe go a month or so back, Andrew Wilson and the guy from the Whatever podcast, Brian Atlas, they were going to put up like $150,000 for Candace to come on the Whatever podcast and debate Andrew Wilson on some of these, accusations, and even kind of test Andrew's narrative, like why he enjoys that.
Candace, Andrew, good to sit down
all
here
right.
with you, talking to you guys about.
We're live right now, I think.
Conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, "Hey, I'm offering $300,000." And
it's an up close debate. We are up close and personal. Here we fucking go. I really want to show you the camera thing. Essentially, that the footage from the parking garage where Tyler Robinson was walking through. If you look at it, the cars look kind of funny. Everything looks squished. She used the words compressed, but it's squished. This is because the security camera has what they call a fisheye lens on it, and it distorts everything. So she thought she'd be creative and stretch the photo out to make things look how it should look, and it's still not what it is. It's ridiculous. I'm too excited to talk about it. We need to see this. Here we fucking go. All right, let me turn off the music. Let's fucking do this.
Audience watching this.
Let's do this.
When you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight. Even some of the stuff this morning, it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work.
We're gonna return to some reoccurring questions. Who's made the strongest argument so far? Has either person actually changed your mind on anything? Who is avoiding questions more? Who has the best argument thus far? The worst argument? Did somebody score a point, or was that kind of like just said in a way just to make it sound good? And are they actually disagreeing about the issues, or are they talking past each other? So all of this, we need to keep these in our mind. Let's go, Andrew.
But kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience.
Also, if you're just tuning in, hit the poll. Who do you think is going to win? And we'll take a poll after the debate is done and see who you thought win. But right now, who's your favorite to win this debate? Participate in the poll.
Us watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you had a lot of respect for him.
Yeah, there was a time when I don't think Andrew Wilson was the biggest Charlie Kirk fan, but you don't have to be a big Charlie Kirk fan to want to just kind of defend truth, want to dispel some bullshit.
The second audience is the folks out there, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place, and kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see
and
more.
Also remember that Stu Peters, all these other people, like they've been wanting to just debate Turnpoint. Like, I want to debate Erica Kirk. I want to debate this or that. So it was interesting to see this kind of finally come together where like Andrew Wilson isn't part of Turning Point. He did one debate school for them, and that's it. He's not getting paid. He's not a paid person by Turning Point, regardless of what people may think.
For these things. any of the 3 channels, subscribe to them. The Candace Show, The Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD Podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the 2 of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows, on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So
that's my next comedy album name, Gaggle of Goofballs.
It is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now the last 10 minutes.
If you like the stream, tap the screen.
There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all 3 of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is
overwhelming. Here we go.
That Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk.
What's up, the battle axe?
Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. That's I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because
Vaudeville says, what did Charlie Kirk do? Convince poor people and working class people to vote against their own class? Oh, let's just focus on the debate, Vaudeville. But he did a lot of good. He did a lot of good. Sorry. I promise I'm not going to pause the debate that much, but it will help if we ever got to scrub forward, and we do have some time to scrub forward, so there we go.
This was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime. The demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk.
Oh, man.
Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. And the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence. That in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes.
Oh, Battle Axe, thank you for the gold coin. I didn't see it on my side. Appreciate you.
Leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war.
They're definitely at Candace's studio if you look on the bottom of the mic. So, yeah, so this is, they did go to her.
Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk.
Nope.
And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open.
Thank you, Battle Axe. Appreciate the share on X.
But to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him.
Shot at Candace.
No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me.
Damn.
That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been.
A like and a share go really far for the show, so please, if you're enjoying, please hit that like button and share it out.
But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man.
Great question, Vaudeville.
But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, but Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And
which is just fucking crazy to make that claim. That is just fucking wild.
Just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position.
Yeah, she tried to weasel out of it. Well, I just want to you're saying it's overwhelming. All I need to argue is that it's possible. It's like, no, you were like this is without a doubt, without a shadow of a doubt, Tyler Robinson is a patsy.
Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming,
Wilson is a fantastic debater.
I mean that as of right now,
as much people don't
I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying.
Listen, this is the guy. If you had to pick anybody to debate and stick with the official narrative and debate that, like, this is the guy to do that. Like, he is a really good debater. I know people say, oh, he's manosphere this and he just debates OnlyFans that. It's like, well, then you don't know his entire catalog. Like, the guy, I mean, he has a debate university school where you can go and learn kind of his tactics. He considers himself a blood sports debater. So this is the guy. This is why I was crazy that she even agreed to this, because, like, he's going to really hold your feet to the fire. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe he chokes.
She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think
She's not going to do opening statements. 35 of you guys checking out, please hit that like button. Let's get those likes up if you could help us.
Just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I have obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. by throwing it to this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this.
I agree for shits.
What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just...
It's not a preamble. It's just opening statements. Like, this is where you make kind of the things and this is why Stu Peters did the same exact thing. He didn't want to open with any of his claims because, it will allow them to play defense more than offense. They're going to attack Andrew's positions and his claims, and they're not going to really give him anything to attack on their side, which he's already ready for that. He already knows what they've claimed. 1,000%.
Dreams and vibes, like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. It's not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27-front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody
battle axe
was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality.
Let's get to her.
I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK.
I just got to pause it there real quick. I just got to respond to, He says, or she says, it's not crazy. Go look at videos of trained U.S. Special Forces soldiers stating it's impossible for an untrained shooter with that caliber rifle to break it all down after the shot, let alone make it. To kind of counter that point too, there is study after study as far as the round that was used, since it goes back to like World War I, World War II. The 30-06, that round we've used numerous of times, and even on the Full Metal Jacket side of things, it could not go through. Now you add to the fact that that caliber, that round was a soft point. It adds to the fact. I don't know about. It wasn't that far. That shot was not that far of a shot. So I don't know what special forces are saying that was an impossible shot, but he's obviously trained a little bit. Tyler Robinson did. So, I mean, let's keep going.
So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just a open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%?
0%.
0%.
So what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only,
oh my God,
that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him, you're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right.
And kill him.
I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from Losi.
Yeah, but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
That'd be a great start.
Okay. So
this is good.
You're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it, and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A 30-06 from Losi, 150.
Andrew is very calculative, so I want to see it because he's got a lot of information on that point right now. So I don't know if he's just kind of leading her in to kind of have her establish where she is, so then he can kind of go off and nitpick.
Feet, no.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all
with maybe a smaller
caliber. Okay, and then. There's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that, and we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And
mind you,
what's the
steakhouse video was someone who took an interview of a guy saying he served him, but they didn't want to show his face. And if I'm not mistaken, that steakhouse literally says, yeah, we can't confirm or deny that Tyler Robinson was here. But that's her, that's her solid evidence.
Compelling evidence that you think you have there.
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that, it will be presented, obviously, if this goes to trial. But yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is.
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm.
Yeah, but we're trying to get to whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so whether then starting
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique,
we should go over the actual evidence that we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay. So just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of?
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I agree.
That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you, I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you got him, D-Lo.
For how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years. Mm-hmm. You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? She then corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point in time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to, but I want you to respond to 2 points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5+ actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5+ prints. And among those 5+ prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay. You think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that you fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah, so the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis during the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded.
Even
so I'm
if
asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took
hang
it.
on. I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded.
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain
second.
it.
How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory
So
with
your
fingerprints?
answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say,
so-
I don't know. I
but what would
actually don't
that-
have an
what
explanation
would that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson,
What's up,
and
Third Eye?
Lance Twiggs. Those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs'
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
This was a portion
she
of her
is.
testimony.
She's feisty.
Where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is
We got 80 of you hanging out with Stuck right now. Hit that like button if you haven't yet. It goes a long way. We appreciate your support and chilling with us.
the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst. I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy.
Mm-hmm.
Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson. It could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun.
Okay. Grandpapa's
I don't remember the
gun.
difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part
Okay,
if I can't get to the end of the
I'll wait
sentence?
patiently till we get to
So
the
that
patsy
could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places.
But it also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be patsy.
Describe how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you.
You got that right,
I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary hearing?
I didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and
literally covered the entire preliminary hearing with a lawyer there to kind of help explain things he didn't know. It was a good stream. It was a good stream. Learned a lot.
Convincing.
What I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state
has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed, the majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it.
It'll be allowed, but it's going to be allowed to be also cross-examined. It's going to allowed to, have its foot held to the fire, the hearsay.
Is not going
I feel like she doesn't know what a preliminary hearing is.
Be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point. This is crazy that you don't know this.
We can call for a fact check if all the evidence
we need more than a fact check. This was every single day. Utah Rule 1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up. And then, Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah.
Indeed, Shep.
So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so
we got one of those
the bullet, or at least part of it,
really worked up people who don't like Israel just for, I guess, the Jews. Andrew would be saying the same thing about Lee Harvey because he takes in the ass for Israel. Oh, great, fantastic.
Left common cartoid on the left external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay. And I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that. So I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it the same way that you got to Tyler Robinson.
From that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the
I
trial.
agree they
swear
don't
them
have
in.
to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
But
was
not
saying
all of it, like I said.
the overwhelming
And
majority.
again, no
I mean,
dispute.
outside of the one
But
that you don't
that's
want to
not
give.
what's
Please don't
in
cut me off.
dispute, though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means
not.
that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence, falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate. Actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution. 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
But
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm
say,
not disputing.
but the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
That's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me.
No.
When
My
you
God,
say
ladies.
Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about the degraded
argument
prince, which is a
now.
fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's what the position is. I'm asking this.
By the way, I
I'm
have Rule
saying
1102
that
ready
I
if you
think
want to
you.
read
Let's
it.
pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing exactly.
Hang on,
what the state
moderator.
did. I'm looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there
Can you
from the
describe to
inference.
the audience what Rule
Yes.
1102
So this,
means?
just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from
Never
a
made that
fact
argument.
like
Just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
based on
Can I
your
show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary
so good.
examinations.
Oh, this is so good.
Entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say,
Drink your
Patrick
protein.
told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't. That's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a point,
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that
now.
he is using to argue his case, is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact.
We're
So what they
just-
are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same
ain't gonna
way
answer that one.
when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car.
I hope she's stretched well.
They are inferring that that's Tyler
Can
Robinson.
you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we
No,
have
I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than
What does
Tyler
that
Robinson
mean,
did. So it is
though?
plausible, which is all
Man.
they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts. Okay. It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
That's how it works.
and is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So
So-
yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if
this
there's
is the
100 other
state's evidence
plausible
and they're inferring.
explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
Yep.
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim
No,
today.
my whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states.
but how do you get there?
They are
answer the question.
You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was
aliens. Yeah, aliens for sure.
Pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I didn't
the
say
four?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just said you didn't say
evidence.
it, so we're going to get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually Hull, David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence.
Why is it absurd, though? Why is that absurd?
That these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
the
they were
idea that on a
clothes?
college campus,
I love his logic.
Wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen. Is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue.
Why is it absurd? You do need to argue.
Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But even
if
it is,
you can get a fact check on it.
But even if it is, again,
and it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweets of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
did you delete
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said it was
misspell.
his car. It was his.
I'm gonna use the restroom. You guys talk amongst yourselves. I just got out of the gym, so I'm gonna have to pee a lot. But here we go. Sorry. Here we go. I'll be right back. You just not see me for a second.
It was the car.
Really easy
and
show to
It was
do.
definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going on.
Okay, she has it. Perfect. If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah, but just 5 seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even
Patrick,
pull your own
did I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here is we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
So
but just say you were wrong. It's cool to just say I was wrong.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing. And then said, based on that, it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all of these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So, no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
Dan, the poll.
Yes, I'm okay.
The poll is flipping right now. We got. It looks like the poll right now, just under 100 votes. Candace is in the lead, 57% to Andrew's 43. Oh boy.
I was going to ask if you're okay.
Yes,
Actually, I'm glad you're asserting that you're okay.
Thank you for the
I wasn't
star,
worried about
Battle
your health.
Axe.
I'm just
But
saying
back to
that I
this.
just said you tweeted this. You said, no, I didn't. We got a fact check. And now you're like just going to gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position, if
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that? That's
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like that's fair,
but not exhaustive. Just so you know,
and I never said it was exhaustive,
Go
even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion.
Oh, so you want to answer the
I'm
question?
just gonna throw it right back at you.
Gotcha.
For
Yeah,
some
that's
reason,
fair.
you permit yourself to do it, and that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it, and then you say, "When I do it, it's
David,
conspiracy,"
no.
right? How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah, so in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you call them
literally what I'm
conspiracy
trying
theorists.
to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson, is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages.
Well, that was
be
very
able to
kind of you,
see
Battle
on
Axe.
Security footage at the campus. Said it in his own message.
You have a great afternoon.
On top
as
of
well.
that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah,
top
I would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I
Yeah.
don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
Yeah, I'm
in footage.
paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close
up?
to
Yeah,
it.
If
I
you
don't-
may
I feel-
have
I
it,
think
if
And
you
that's
by the
not
way,
pull it up.
Twigs himself said that he
You're
had
gonna see me
some
in the staircase?
that he had some
Shamrock isn't yelling. She types with
maybe a
caps
tiny
on
bit
so
of
she
doubt,
can
but
see
sure
it.
looks like Tyler Robinson
Easy goes
inside
by.
of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on,
ahead. You're
hang on.
right.
So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson,
Mm-hmm.
not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
Well, he didn't
texting.
tweet it.
Texting
Yeah.
that's me in the staircase. I think that I
I didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses. He wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like
That happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
and I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out
that either.
because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102 do what you do. It's all hearsay. But
cool
to allow
rhyme.
it in that
Very
way
cool
for him
rhyme.
to just
No
be able
agreement
to
yet.
also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything.
Probably
and
not
he's
gonna
get in
happen.
trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pull
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about, Skylar. I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the
Well,
text
I'm just
messages.
saying to you, like,
Okay.
I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801, Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well.
Good point, Shamrock.
There you go.
Wait, what are we saying? It's not hearsay? I thought
Statements
you said
that
the
are not
messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party.
Remember,
which down
Candace
the
said
line,
everything was
like I
hearsay. She
they
said everything was hearsay on the preliminary trial. Okay.
talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why
Dux is
his
out,
video
so is
testimony
Ghost
would
of
not be
Third Eye.
accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay.
Yeah, you said most of it was hearsay, and Andrew tried to correct you and said, yeah, they're allowed to use it. His implication there is saying, yeah, you can use it, but that doesn't mean that everything is hearsay, where she made a declarative statement like most everything was hearsay. So right now she's caught in something. I want to see how she wiggles out of this one. I don't know if she can.
Actually.
Yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
A little bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel
Okay.
like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It
Well,
literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes, that's
Okay.
a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that at
what
all.
are the things
How
that-
many times did you? I mean,
Yeah.
if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like
Yeah.
they constantly. I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102,
That's true.
1102, and the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this
Mm-hmm.
stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be where
Showing
is your
Duck
hard
some love.
evidence? This is what I heard, and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay
Yes. There's
preliminary
gonna be
hearing,
hearsay. True.
and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you,
These
write
things
this
are not in
statement?
dispute.
So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from, all allowed at this stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So it
But
doesn't,
even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
but the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you're just, when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson. Okay. His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
You can't
convincing.
consider another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that
Converses on campus?
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I
Because
understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also that's just
But
crazy
these aren't
to me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right? What did you find
this
to
is
be...
not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find
Well, that's not what you said in the
convincing.
tweet. You can tweet longer, too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
So anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well,
even though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me answer that question.
Yes,
okay.
that's what I was saying.
Okay, go ahead. Go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can also.
Would you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't matter to me either way.
If we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you guys in the middle of it.
Let's
So
end it on what
like
you find to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
3.5 minutes? What the F? Oh, man. So far, so good. So far, so fun. In the poll's not going too well for old Andrew Wilson here in the old chat poll. We got just over 100 votes now, but Candace is in the lead with 58%, and Andrew is trailing behind at 42%. Ooh. Oh, no, there it goes. Joshua Tift, hearsay and overwhelming buzzwords. This stream is like 5 minutes behind. Yes, I know. That's kind of part of the point. Oh my God, yeah. So I can fast forward. Yeah, fuck this shit. Good catch. I was about to, fuck. Okay. Oh, wait, no. Do not record that. Dump out of that. Here we go. I was about to fuck.
Are you ready to get started?
I've helped over 10,000 business owners grow and scale their companies. I'm just passionate about watching entrepreneurs.
United States residents only.
Of course, they got to get their ads in. We'll be right back. They're still right back. Oh, they're still gone. All right, they're still. Let's go live. All right, so whatever. Now we're live. Whoever just said that we're 5 minutes behind, now we're live and now we're caught up. I'm going to go back to my chill music for a second. Go back, see what's going on in the chat real quick. How do we think? I don't think it's gotten as heated as it's going to yet. This is like the feeling out stage right now. There's a lot of, but I can tell there's shits a brewing. For Shits and Gigs says, I'm out. I can't with this chick. Thank you for coming. For Shits, we appreciate that. Devin Johnson says, voting has just straight up become the movie Idiocracy. Saying a whole lot of nothing gets the sheeple most of the time. But you did subscribe. Thank you, Shits and Giggles. We appreciate you on that. Much.
Okay, we're back. Fantastic.
Okay, well, there we go.
I think
Fantastic.
We're back. By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent
yeah, she's
right
got
now.
a lot.
We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have
how many people you got there, PBD?
The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having. Right? Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination.
It's like round two.
Okay.
Round two.
Sounds fair.
Fight.
Okay, so yeah, I use.
Mind you, again, this. Be warned, this could go on for quite some time. So I'm prepared with drinks and other what have yous. The only thing I don't have in this room is a bathroom. So that's why I got to leave.
Basically 3 pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those 3 pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so
all right.
Right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually.
Well, I believe Candace, her defense would be just because it feels off. And I'm just asking questions. So it's kind of hard to. She's got a point, right? Feels off.
Question that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing.
Yeah, we missed that opportunity, Battle Axe. Well, good suggestion. Thank you for that.
Or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay, so they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird.
We're being told
yes, they
do,
had
Shamrock.
like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
Player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that, first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see how that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now, they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like this.
Kept telling us was
now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step.
Candace does not know those words. I mean, I'm just hearing them the first time too myself. So
something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some parts compelling.
Yeah, we kind of remember during the COVID era. And, and there's one more time recently, too, where someone has compiled and put together different local news stations all over America, and they're all saying the same message. So there are instances where we can look back upon and we're like, well, that seemed crazy how everyone was kind of repeating the same messaging there. That was obviously coming from something higher up. So what she's saying is she's kind of inferring that same kind of like what the fuckness with all these other celebrities and influencers going, ooh, that's, you know, using these keywords in all their posts and comments and shit like that.
I think this should go.
Like Fed slop?
I found some parts compelling.
Oh my God, perfect. Look at that. Exactly. Just like Fed slop. Her people use the same thing. They do the same type of thing. They call the official narrative Fed slop. They're all using the word together. It's a great point.
Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind of.
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all.
She ain't answering that one.
Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in.
What's up, TZ?
Passing away, and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, just a general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages, and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial, and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud, sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from. Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the
Stiff
pooch
Richard
doesn't have a bad sniffer.
Good to see you.
Just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone, and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until...
That one I never got, because people are like, well, this guy's not dumb, so why would he do... It's like, he's also not a sane person. So there might not be any logic to follow this guy. He just decided to go unalive somebody, a very famous person. That's not a sane thing to do. So judging from that part, I don't see why he would also have to make others, why him making other insane or non-logical things doesn't parse well with her. It's like, well, the first thing he did was insane. He wanted to kill somebody.
Age, and then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide, and okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to I don't know.
I thought he said he was hoping to get away with it. I don't think he said he wanted to get away. I mean, obviously he did, but in that little I hope we would have lived this life together is what he said to Twigs.
maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids and you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things. I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
You find it to be reliable hearsay?
Wait, are you talking about me or are you talking about Andrew Wilson?
It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing is
did.
a cool story.
It's not cool. Well, you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story.
Wait,
you're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay. Maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong on?
So what is sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said there's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler confronted him?
That's part of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact checked pre-debate.
Are you talking about the charging documents?
I think it could have been in the charging documents, but we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that on the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
Why wouldn't truly negates the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents. You are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
it's not correcting.
misinformation?
That doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about you said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout leader.
How does this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the evidence, I'm going to address
that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that.
A lot of yapping.
Well, you're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was. Did you say involved? I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about it.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back, and then
first?
just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that,
a thing not in dispute. These are all things that are not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get discovery on the messages.
Don't you think that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
the
parents fact check.
So I was saying, right? I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Is this the charging doc?
I can't see it. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question I've been asking.
The parents are not going to ever play in court. Play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison forever.
But they're playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true?
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
This mother,
especially when your son.
If I thought that my kid
was up for death,
if I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not."
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
Well, it's him
parents.
saying.
So I guess Candace is trying to claim that the document that we just saw is like a collaboration of the mom, the dad, and this Mike Mitchell character, or maybe she's even going one step further and saying the charging document is basically sourced from Mike Mitchell, if I'm to understand her position correctly.
The parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues.
Right. So then what Andrew is saying, he's like, right. So if that were to be the case, why wouldn't then the parents come out and be like, that's not what happened. He didn't do that to us. That never happened. And she's claiming, well, they're under gag order. Well, what about tricky, sneaky?
The state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it. A 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why. Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong.
Y'all tell me if you want me to kind of like, does anybody want to call in and talk about any of this stuff? Do we just want to watch the debate straight on? Let me know in the chat. We'll kind of go from there. But if you got, if you want to have an opinion to say, you want to say something about this, we can pause, we can talk. It does kind of help better with the whole copyright thing as opposed to just kind of sitting here and watching it. I'm trying to give my my comments on as much as I can without kind of interrupting the flow. But unfortunately, while we are reacting to something, we do have to kind of make a comment here or there. But maybe it just doesn't have to be my reaction. If you want to call in, maybe I can open up a Zoom link. Let me know what you're feeling. I'm down for anything.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not receive discovery.
You're saying that they didn't receive that information?
No. They just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
They could have said they're
no.
They're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah.
The defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's evidence.
I'm asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward.
She understands that part.
Excuse me. Okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal. Right. So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so they're saying all of these
but
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just put
what I'm asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But
or dare he say absurd?
I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a second.
We're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
Yeah, well, but thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody would have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with it, you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside.
Totally disagree, Gilbert. Are you watching the same show?
I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards, you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. Yeah. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that if the state is allowed to use this is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you
that's
guys
his position.
Think while it's illegal. You can. You are allowed to do that.
Oh my God.
So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally false.
I'll explain exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true.
Except if you're stuck in the middle. Hey-o!
When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition, in fact. What we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into
Here we go.
The team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16 Utah R Criminal To be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery
Where it's just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying there.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so that's
I'm even fine with it.
Yeah, we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is
it is
watching that preliminary of the preliminary. Why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like it's like
I have to give Candace a little bit of credit. She is, whether she's squirming out of things or not, she is holding her own. Might be a little bit of a high bar, but she's there with it, and she's going about it in a way. It's not throwing Andrew off, but he's being very cautious, and I you can kind of see even in his face how he's reacting. He's like, "Oh, you slippery gal," but this could go on for a little bit, so it's gonna be a very strategic type of operation. Little pick in, little pick out, pick in, pick out. Oh, it's good. You're right, TZ. It's very good.
I want to hear what they have to say about
very good.
Why can't you just give them what they're asking for?
We're having a good
so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary.
That judge rules. Get it? Anybody? Okay.
At this stage, and that was the whole point of that.
Because it's
preliminary to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
there's
to.
There's no disagreement that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the disagreements now would move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we having
a
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean, your entire thing
Candace
was
Peters
about looking at the evidence, which
Stu
never made
Owens
sense to me again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted to question you on these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
because
problematic, that
many,
you decide
many
that
claims.
it trips into something else. And I do still want to hold you for going through, because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your
and you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the things that you've said.
We should discuss the screwdriver as
well.
well.
And I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about. Not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should. Yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy.
I am so interested to see if she's going to actually open up and try to debate her claims, or we're going to get like this obfuscation, keep moving the goalpost type thing. What a hell of a freeze frame, dude. Stop on, huh? Look at her fucking eyes. Okay.
Have you talk about, like I said publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
is me demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I explained to you that he had the most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
you're conceding.
Nobody's giving a dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case, and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
And those are
I
the
do
things
doubt. I
that
do doubt the state's theory. I also am.
Now we're
welcome
trying to get into those things.
Say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry.
Candace, question for you.
That
What-
Tyler
But I am
Robinson-
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What
She's trying to
evidence
delay
do
it.
you need
She's trying to delay the
see for
debate-
you
the
to
debate a
say
little bit.
Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk.
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually, almost the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Before we even get to the trial, people are going to see and go, oh crap, like, it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person.
I feel like that's fair. Like, as far as conspiracy theories goes with the Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk thing, I think a more reasonable conspiracy is like Tyler Robinson didn't act alone. Like, he was getting help planning it on Discord. Lance Twiggs had some involvement. But when you get into the Israel and Egyptian airplanes and killer bees and well, he ate at Chick-fil-A, so he can't be an active. It's like that's what he's talking about. Like, all these things that are external to what the state's evidence is are like, how are you getting to these things?
That I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages. That would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. that should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. This is like the craziest thing ever. This is like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people
It's turning
are
into the Candace
going,
show a little bit.
This is weird.
But he's just letting her. He's letting her
for why this was done, and he tells
like
us
get it out. So he's got more stuff to go off of. So it's better that she talks more.
Wash their hands of it, and what he's saying sounds true because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would?
But remember, she's also responding to a question that PBD asked her, so she's not really responding to Andrew. So that that could be why he's just kind of buying his time. And it also helps his case that when he talks and he's trying to make a bunch of points and she tries to interrupt, he can say, well, I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. You need to give me the same respect.
Criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say?
Something, if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder weapon.
You're right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah,
one clear image of his.
A lot of murders happen in public.
If you're asked the question,
such a weird
what
thing
would it
to say.
take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would take to convince you that the oppositional is
Patsy,
true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right, and is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard. And then, of course, I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. Yeah. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here. That from
Without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of
the government
course,
was
I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and they what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad break.
It's not hearsay, though, Joshua Tiff. It's not hearsay. Well,
the conspiracies.
He's not going to be he will not be getting 30 years in prison over hearsay. All that's going to be tested when it goes to trial. So that's not necessarily true. He's not going to jail over the pretrial. Or he's not going to jail or prison over the preliminary hearing.
Have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk
Perfect.
assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
All right.
All right, you guys, you have probably seen all the buzz.
See how long we got to wait for this. All right. While we wait, what do we think so far? Let's change the poll. Okay, so it's going to end right now. I'm going to end this one poll at who do we think's going to win. Right now, we'll end it at 150 votes. Let's see. Is it going to give me the recap? 54% Kansas, 46% Andrew. So let's go ahead and make a new poll real quick and just say, how do we think? Let's try to word this correctly. I guess who is winning thus far? A few questions I would love to ask you guys while I make this poll is, I guess actually that'll be the. Sorry, I'm thinking out loud here. That'll be the poll right there. Hey, I said end that poll. Bam. Okay, let's make a new one. Bear with me. Let's see. Who has made the strongest? We need, where's our background music while I'm doing nothing? There it is. So far, where you guys are at listening to this, has anything changed your mind yet? I feel like Candace has made a few good points. I always hear the idea that the crime scene got washed right away. You know, they repaved or whatever a day later. I don't think it was a day later, but I didn't hear about the SUV thing. You would kind of think that vehicle, there'd be something in there that they'd want to hold for evidence for a little bit and not wash it right away. If that is the case, that they actually did wash it right away. So I give her credit on that part. I wouldn't say, do you guys think that any of them are avoiding questions so far? I wouldn't say any of them are avoiding questions, but I do think that Kansas is doing a good job in like slipping out of answering it directly. She's not avoiding it, but she's not answering it directly. Just my opinion thus far. So you go back to the Chizat. So much, just like there's a lot. Nope, I always considered Candace to be a MAGA grifter. Oh. It is completely clear that Candace is crazy as fuck. Yep. Miska says, how about a poll on if Candace needs to be committed, locked away? Yeah, you ain't wrong there. And I feel like they're doing a good job right now not talking past each other. I'm very shocked that why do I keep saying Kansas? Candace. That Candace is holding her own right now. She's not, Andrew is a decent debater to where he can really get you worked up and have you kind of fall off your game. And she seems to be able to stick on point. Like I said, she's doing a good job in not answering some questions directly, but she's doing it in a way where it sounds like she's giving an answer. So, fucking shit. Is everybody enjoying their Friday so far? I took a day off work to watch this because I would be too preoccupied at work anyways to just be sitting there on my phone while people are banging hammers around me. Like, no, shh, I'm trying to watch the debate. Guys, shh. Careful, be quiet. Mab says a very padded white room she needs. Yeah, okay, Joshua, I understand that, but I think he's being a little more tactical. I think there's a little more something to his approach right now than just his normal debate tactic. He's being very strategic. That's the word. Strategery. Shamrock says, I'm a little disappointed with Andrew, hoping he really gets into it after the break. I feel you. I'm not disappointed with him, but I feel you. Oh, shit. Miska says, it's Saturday. I should be sleeping. It's 3:35 a.m. Damn, Miska. Well, thank you for hanging out with us. Everyone tell Miska hello. Hello. Kilo Charlie says the concrete was paved because the scene had been gone. Like, yes, I agree with you there. What people were saying though is like it was paved like a day, like less than a day after that. Like, no, I think that was one of the first areas where they had to gather evidence, and once that was done, there's no point just to leave a bloody shrine, you know, like, and it's a school. They want to just get that shit out. There was a panel board that was under there that was destroyed and it had been filled with blood. Yeah, they're not just gonna let blood stay there. But the SUV, I think, you know, I didn't hear about that. That was the first time I've heard that was washed, quote, right away. So much stuff gets said about this case. No, I don't think Miska is in the Philippines. I don't know. That's up to her to tell you where she's at, not me. You're damn right it's Friday here in Florida, Joshua. It's a great name, by the way. Anybody ever tell you that? It's a fantastic name. Oh, that's what's going on. I hear something in the background. It's my phone. I hear my own stupid voice. So there's an echo. How far are we into this? How long has this been going on? Let's see. When did it start? All right, yeah, we're rounding about close to 2 hours so far in this here debate thing. This could go a little bit, so be prepared. I'm prepared. Y'all be prepared for that. I'm going to take this second to use the restroom, guys. Talk amongst yourselves.
Okay, so we're officially back. Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you just give me a direct
Shit!
So here's the questions that I
hope I didn't miss much.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear,
of course,
we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that
she's going to go back to saying, but I'm still not convinced, or you haven't convinced me what you deem to be overwhelming. She's going to keep going back to that.
For whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question you.
This is a meta conversation.
Right,
we're having
but
a meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like, let's use a word to use a word that you're saying. But this is what you're doing, right?
Okay.
So this part to me feels like a bit
So
of
am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This isn't like you get to sit.
I want to ask you
if you want to depose me, you should
see how she can ask him questions, but it's like she's so hesitant.
Can you answer it? Blah blah.
Yeah, they are very concerned about defamation and shit like that.
Like, I don't know what you're going to ask, and
I
I'm
know.
going to answer
And if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with
because
it,
I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah, okay.
I get it.
Just so we're clear.
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with it.
Because you kept saying I'm Joe Rogan. They had no evidence. They have no evidence, and now you're like, let's move away from the evidence. Let's talk about transcendentals.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that would be no as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say that for certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak.
Oh, here we go.
you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or
you.
no, yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I
now it's
already
not a
addressed
debate.
that in the first half
I mean,
of this.
the name
about
of
why-
Candace's
No,
stream
we're
is The Great Debate. Now we're not
Definitely
debating anymore.
This is still
No, it's not a debate.
This is
Now
inclined
this
to
is
your,
you saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually
That
already
you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to
She's
go.
obfuscating like a
you're
son of a
saying
bitch
I'm
right
on tri-
now.
I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information
I agree.
but then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's
Okay.
what I did.
Got it. I just want
Cool.
to make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported
I'm
exactly
not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your
Yes,
positions clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me...
we can pull up the clip.
Can
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved? Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee
That's not-
is
oh
a
my
convincing
God.
motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was.
I like how
so-
I like how she'll use that hearsay to corroborate her side, but she won't use hearsay like, yeah, no, well, Lance said he wasn't. Oh, cool. But the other time Andrew cited Lance, she's like, oh, well, that's hearsay though. So okay, I see how the double standard works.
Into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues...
She's
wouldn't
doing
be
it. She
one
did
for
the
Poligo killed
LGBTQ
Charlie
Chick-fil-A
Kirk for
thing.
LGBTQ issues.
I'm glad we
because,
covered it before we
you
went
know,
on.
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel
You're
like I
not.
want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half pepper
But the question I'm
questions and
asking is
tell me-
about positive
I'm
evidence.
telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and
Mm-hmm.
and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true.
So
you
she's
would
just
probably have
incredulous.
people
That's
that
all
just
she
go,
has.
"Eh,
She's
that's
incredulous."
life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid. I mean, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then,
loved
other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel
I
was involved in
have-
killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has
That's
made the
not
claim
an answer.
that Israelis, there were also,
I mean,
obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary. He was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however, positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, positive evidence
I can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence.
She keeps saying that word conversation, but it's a debate. You're here to debate, ma'am.
And other evidences which would
what
point
we've said
you to
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right.
So feels.
The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to
incredulity
shove
and
the Israel
vibes
narrative down our throat.
That's what she
immediately.
has.
I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So.
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement. So I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is.
Video, Rob.
If you're, yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah, he said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think their involvement.
So
if they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
Anytime with it. There we go.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence you think that
I think Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not the United States government.
But you don't have any positive evidence of that.
Okay.
Right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying.
Of course, you don't want to.
evidence.
Yeah.
I've just asked
God,
you what I
she's
think,
so
and I just tell you.
cunty.
Yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
A claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
It's going to fall apart real soon. She's going to leave.
Yeah, but
and if there's
I
positive
said,
evidence
in
for your
this statement,
claim,
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed
saying,
to think,
do you have
but you're
positive
making a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
You said 100%.
Nobody's disputing whether or not
Yeah, but
Candace
like
Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is,
but
you have
what's your issue then? What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said
I did say
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
Can
confidence,
you have confidence to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
that's how you would know.
No,
whether or not you
don't.
had full
I'm just going to tell you something.
Hang on. Let me finish.
Sure.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with evidence.
I actually don't have to walk you through why I think.
Of course she doesn't.
I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this debate.
It's 100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent.
She is crashing out right now.
Made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, Would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind
You
you said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you allowed to
I'm not structuring how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that
She's not answering those direct
you
questions.
do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies.
just want to know.
And to say, you are not allowed to say that. You
This
can't.
is where
It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want.
Well,
Nobody's
I said
disputing that.
It
I'm
seems
asking-
like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I
He's
think
asking
that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
He's asking you to give reason as to why you think that, not just because, just because I do. When you say something in full confidence, there's a reason why you are confident. And he's asking, what is that reason? It's like, well, you can't structure how I respond. I'm not. I'm digging into why you are fully confident. You're fully confident. You're being fully confident right now.
said and done. I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to
She's either confident or can't-fident. It's not confident. It's one of the others.
structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process.
Look at her appeal to emotion right now. Oh, you're just allowed to think. I'm just thinking. It's like, no, you're doing more than thinking. You're making like very, very precise. It even goes past an inference when you have 100% confidence. Like, I really hope he finds a way to hold her feet to the fire without her getting too upset to where she walks off, because right now she's getting worked up and he's maintaining his cool, and he's just there is not a grift going on his side. He's just literally asking how she, like, to hold up your side of the fucking debate here. Now, well, it's not a debate, now it's a conversation. You called it a go to Candace Owens' stream right now. It's called The Great Debate. That's what it's called.
I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
it's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when
she's kind of like using like a semantics argument right now to kind of skirt around. She's answered it, but she hasn't. It's an interesting tactic.
You're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who is high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
so there's good reason to doubt this.
So it's not a conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You can get in trouble for making false statements and things like that.
Yes, you can. If you think the claim is true, as you're suggesting right now, you're not going to get in trouble for that. You're just bringing it to the government's attention. So that's not true at all, Candace.
Nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened to me.
I can ask you, well,
this
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say it, if I'm
not trying
allowed
to regulate anything.
I like how she changes it.
You're sounding a bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
you sound very
can't
defensive
say, I think.
and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3 times. I just didn't say it in the way that you wanted me to say it.
You just kind of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to actually focus on it.
Let's just go through every clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips they want.
Whatever it is that you guys have prepared. So
but I would still. On this point, I just want to make sure.
I like how he doesn't let her move it on.
France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think
and you have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from.
Just trust me, bro. There's somebody high up in the government that told me this. So therefore, it's true.
That I can explain it to you. I can't understand
it for you. Did that same higher up tell you that?
She is, Shamrock, you are totally right. She is pulling a stupid Peters. And she did that from the jump by not having an opening response, like an opening statement either. She's like, I'm just going to get right to it. That's the exact same thing Stu did, because she's trying to press Andrew over what evidence he has. They didn't want Andrew to press them on what little evidence that they don't have.
That France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No.
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe
weird.
maybe
I'm
they're not the
incredulous.
correct
It's
office
weird.
to. I did receive a response from Tulsi
just
Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got it.
said.
So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told
It's-
the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody is-
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, I mean, it was a lot of information, but
Well, you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case,
Good
now
question.
they may respond back and say, we did. You know, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you-
Trump's office, Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and
Mm-hmm.
they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes,
are? Okay. I mean, that's,
it seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is
I'm not. Never
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source that she's
probably
willing
didn't think
to
it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and had a
don't-
relationship with
Wait,
Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information, because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate, this has
Did
got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on
Well, I sent the email, assuming that's you kept saying, like, you go and you make a report, you think they're going to come back to you and say, hey, what's more information? We're investigating this, and that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead.
She probably sent in some claim that was very broad, and they're like, this doesn't seem legit. Like, if she sent in that same report or that same claim with a little more things that they could look into in instead of just, hey, contact me. Call me for more information at 1-800-CANDACE-OWENS.
I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi
Tulsi.
Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following.
Mm-hmm.
If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm
As a part
surprised
of
that
what?
one called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never made a report with the federal
But when
Let me
he
government.
ask one
did-
question.
but
Let me
when he
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Mm-hmm.
Let me just ask one question, and then I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Yeah,
I'm full confidence. I believe that
Mm-hmm.
Israel and French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers,
you have
what
conjecture.
the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have sources?
Well, hang on. I have sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because I, like, for example, when I just the other day
it's about the people watching the content and not about solving the crime. Very telling.
Going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems
very
like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PVD
how would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your source?
PBD podcast, right in the top left-hand corner. Excuse me. Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson, the Charlie Kirk debate.
Are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it. How would that legitimize any of that?
Well, what I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public. And this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying what I think and collecting evidence.
Aren't most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like,
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
that's why I said Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't that
his prerogative.
isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people act like I'm ground zero.
I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think there was some PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into
Knew
a
it.
legal pickle here.
Knew it.
Everything I've said is on my podcast.
How
I
would that
think
get you in a legal
I think
pickle?
firmly that if I was the investigating officer, I would
what
seek them.
a fucking waste of $300,000.
Ball, and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
So
well, what does
using a
that
hypothetical,
mean? Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back.
But couldn't that mean that they considered it for a second and then they've had further knowledge to establish that this had no longer a need to be considered?
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. People, this is
what $100 million incentive?
What I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100
plus per year.
Per year.
Hydrochloric says
your team wants to play video. If you don't,
FBI literally buried evidence.
Oh boy. Candace said it's impossible to not believe.
What'd they bury, Hydro?
Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask
and
them,
so
but
right now their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence, and then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes,
appreciate all of you new
100%
people coming in and
believe
hanging out.
Robinson did
If
it.
you're new here, give us a like and a sub if you
That
could. Be awesome.
right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow.
We do a show every Tuesday night and Friday night.
Those two thoughts
9:30.
actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say implicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come in
well,
and
tell
debate.
me,
So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well,
she's got some vocal fry going on.
I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody
weird
and you
and
say,
incredulous
okay, great,
claims.
I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way.
Why did you say that you're 100% confident that Israel and France had something to do with it? Is she not allowed to have 100% confidence in something? She needs to have evidence, but you don't need to. You just got told by somebody you can't name, but she can't be like, yeah, no, with what's available, I think he did it. Like, why is that weird? She's just so incredulous all the time.
Remember, even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express
No, she
that
hasn't, Mab.
confidence to
She
the
hasn't
public, as opposed to just
answered
being like,
directly.
we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit, and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the
What's up,
public.
Patty?
Thinking this is some open and shut
How's
case.
she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
Like,
it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk,
there's
if
a lot
she
of people
believes
showing it, Travis.
How would that be complicit in anything?
Have fun in all the shows checking it out, my friend.
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context.
Tap
and
the
make it
screen
look
if you like the stream.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time. I'm guessing you probably don't want to watch.
Well, I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
There's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this
We actually are getting some clarity from Candace whether she wants to admit it or not, because she has to in this moment. She's not complicit in this. She's just complicit in believing that Tyler did it. Well, that's not really a crime, so she doesn't really have anything to owe you, which kind of poo-poos that whole vibe she has.
Her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him, and I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly.
Did she lie to you?
She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, you go, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. She was always
Candace
we were always
was
nice to each other.
jelly.
It's just our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married.
I'll take a bribe, Travis. You got one?
I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie. Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was, engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If you want to
I don't.
go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So, and what, and by the way,
me.
and
Like,
what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like, for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm not her biggest defender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point USA.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both.
You can't give people hugs. Like if Candace finds out you've hugged anybody from TPUSA, you're guilty as fuck.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent?
Toilet Paper USA. Every time I hear TP, I just can't help but think of toilet paper. It's unfortunate.
That I can use here.
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly... It's
amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like
intentions.
If I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media, they could release it. They could release it to TBD. Bitch. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows.
I need TP for my
is sending you as their
beehole.
Well, I don't
know. They don't have the courage to have the conversation.
Like, I don't.
If they were just releasing something in good faith to answer questions,
do you have any
I've never
evidence
demanded.
Of that claim?
It's not evidence. You're sharing your opinion that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public. That rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise. Well, do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if you know,
talking about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like take a look.
What is
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe, A, that you that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done is
Incredulous.
that's in good
I'm
faith. It demonstrates
incredulous.
that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You
Still am.
were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
have
an
you
hour
ever
and a half
been-
about everything you've ever
Have
said
you ever
about
been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met, and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical
asking
about her.
you. But I'm asking you. Isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of, and then you've met them, and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and you, let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most
Here
people
we
would
go.
term to be the manosphere,
Nope.
talking about
Kind of.
Well, yeah,
I debate against the
Against feminists.
and red pillars,
Okay.
and a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist. I
and then
always
you
take
go
the
on to
ethics
Joe
position.
Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the
this
biggest
is,
of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this.
Ooh, that
You
pissed her off. You see that
do
face
this.
she
You could
made?
Definitely not do it at all
Oh,
and
I
be
like that.
fine, right? But
I
you
don't-
still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which
The
makes sense. Why
parents-
should we take the organization
No,
over?
that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah,
You
because
wanna
they don't have a
protect-
parent. They don't have a
you wanna
parent, and they've
protect-
just suffered a trauma. You don't
Yeah.
go into the office.
You
6
want to
days later.
protect your husband's legacy,
right? No.
And you're trying to find some
The
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
Yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to
Nope.
believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life
think
for
this
it.
is why people think she's
and,
sus.
and his children. Now, for you though to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're. By the way,
She's not
there's
qualified
always
to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization.
Sure.
And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms, but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
but
let's
do you
let's
feel
get
like you got an answer to how it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So
Okay.
if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
Let's see the clip.
and causing that 30-06
Play the clip.
fire, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
Do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a
She wants
sentence.
him to play the whole podcast. Why don't you play the whole podcast? What are you doing?
Like you're just it's complete.
That 1 minute and 30-second clip really took me out of context there.
Out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't
so
prepare the
in
clips, but
yeah, I think
I didn't,
like you
but
were
it's
kinda
fine
ready.
to ask it to back it
Like
up.
I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But
Will they?
In this episode,
It's because she can't say what's happening here. It's because she doesn't know what's happening here. So she's given that out for the internet to tell her what happened here. So she can be like, see, they're right.
we are now going, and that's why I
she's
said
so
we're now
annoying.
going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in. But
The
couldn't really
exploding
wrap my head
microphone
around
theory,
what
guys.
was,
Here we go.
The shape charge explosive, as I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it,
and
that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like, "What's this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you know what it is.
I'm just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car.
The exploding mic has to be one of the craziest theories of this whole thing.
The explosives
and the Jews.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where.
That's not true, actually, either. Bradlin. That's not true either.
For where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually,
he's not a
since they're
ballistics
pulling
expert,
clips,
though.
We should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath?
Let's see
why
if Andrew can get into some of the cavitation effects of a bullet and just some of the
dispersal from the bullet.
Yeah, there you go. Air dispersal
So
from the bullet.
whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off a table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that.
That's-
How many pounds
You don't
of
want to do
energy
that with
is it?
Andrew.
A 30-6 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000, I'm pretty sure, pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm going to tell you
mounds and mounds of evidence.
He's not even going to I guarantee you this guy's not even going to disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say, for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
you can fact check it.
Fact check if
bullets displace
He
air.
has a lot of confidence because it's the truth, Candace.
Where it dispersed the air underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
But bullets this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
beneath
the
his shirt. The
it
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said
it does kind of suck for the viewer for them to debate this part because they can't pull up that video. And if you've seen the video, and there's multiple different angles of it, it's very clear with what happened is more so to what Andrew's saying. The bullet hit and there was a wave. It started at the collar and went down. It didn't begin underneath his shirt. We can't really fact check or see right now Candace's claims as far as the necklace broke first. I don't know. Not saying she's wrong. I just don't know. I don't know that to be the case, but air has to move for a bullet to go forward.
On my
Do
platform.
you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break.
Bob O'Neill, Bobbert.
This is a good time to do so.
You guys ever call somebody named Robert? You call him Bobbert, because the short of Robert is Bob, but you make it long like Robert, but you call him Bobbert. All right, good talk. Any second now,
Good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bother me
I remember
about
this.
Nothing in particular.
What's up,
It's not
Techno?
like I'm out there saying big lie or a conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw.
Indeed, Roy.
And I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then
Andrew is far less of a moron than Candace is.
And then you get
Miss
Erica
Mab.
Kirk, behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
just saying he said he's shot people up close and he's never seen a shirt move like that. And it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation and I shot them, would you even see
Great point.
Well, I
Great
feel
point.
like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that
she's
it was
not gonna
because
answer
the
it.
bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down.
If you slowed it down,
the
moron.
disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw, and clearly it's
Because you
not
slowed it down.
what he saw.
And then
he
after you
thinks that
slow
there
it
could be
down, and then
explosives.
watch
So
it
I'm
again
just
in real
saying to you,
time, you can see that it
People
happens.
disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
Oh, the last segment.
How
No.
to create a shoe
No.
that blends comfort, function,
I don't care about
and
your
luxury.
shoes. PBD, I do not care about your shoes, sir. All right, I'm going to utilize this time to also go take myself a quick break. You guys do the same. We'll be right back. 30 seconds. You'll see. Not long. Talk amongst yourselves. Be nice. We'll be right back. Whoa, hey. Whoa, hey. So I guess this is going to be the last segment. I feel like so far that little bit right there has been the most entertaining thus far. I'm a little I don't want to say underwhelmed, because there was always this idea here that she was going to Stu Peters, because it would be, he's not going to push too hard because she's obviously not going to answer things. So if he does push too hard, she might just bail on it. So he's getting her to admit things, and it's very subtle. It's left and right. So it's working out, but it's just a lot slower than I thought it would be. And maybe I was just hoping for something else. Hopium, if you will. See what we got going on in the chat. Yep. Exactly, PB. It's going to be the last segment. Tommy Welch, she never says any answer with any kind of clarity. No, she doesn't. She's really good at obfuscation. She's always just, like, I kind of said it before. She answers the question, but she answers it in a very indirect way, to where you can't say she didn't answer the question, and she can always, especially her fans are like, no, she was answering everything. Like, it's going to be crazy to see the cope and just like, she crushed Andrew. She was answering everything. And like, you knew the debate was over the moment she told Andrew that she already won the debate. During the whole, like, with 100% confidence bit. It's like, oh, gotcha. Shamrock says, it'll make for good chopping up and clipping the finer points. Yep. Oh, yeah, this one too. On September 9th, a book was put in set. Oh, yeah, a book was put up talking about the assassination of Charlie Kirk, allegedly on September 9th. But I'm still wondering if there was a little fuckery going on there. Techno says, I'm a little shocked that it took $500,000 to make this happen. Yeah, and what a waste of money too, huh? Holy shit. Granted, some things are coming out. It's going to be hard for her to defend a lot of these things, but I am to the understanding that after this debate, it's just going to further divide each side. Like the Candace team is going to see, oh, wow, this went great for Candace. The official narrative, Wilson TPUSA team, they're like, oh, that went great for us. It's just going to further, no one's going to concede anything. I would love to see that happen. Like, I'd love to see Candace concede something. I feel like Andrew has conceded some things. Like, yeah, it very well could be this. Love to see her make a big concession on one of her most pertinent stances. The other Josh, I call him the other Josh, says, I saw the ad for that book. TZ says, I still have jewels. I don't know. Oh, TZ said, oh, thank you, TZ. I still have no idea what these jewels do. And like, if for whatever reason on this app thing, I don't get to see people when they give jewels and stuff like that. So thank you for putting that there, because Shamrock, I would not have known that. Appreciate that, TZ. He's a real. I saw TZ over where we were just kind of randomly both on another channel's chat. I was like, oh shit, TZ's over here. He was like, what's up, Stuck? That was fun. That was fun. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, TZ, she needs more debate experience, but she's not doing too shabby against somebody who would call himself a blood sports debater. Like, I thought he would be able to get a lot more out of her, but she's really keeping her calm. She's doing her best not to get worked up. That one moment was really she kind of like snarled. That was good. I like that. That was fun. Had a good time there. But yeah, she is holding her own. She is holding her own. Hopefully, in moments, we'll be back. My computer is doing something funky. There we go. Yeah, I saw you. Joshua says the jewels make you rich, biatch. I'm rich, biatch. Not at all. I would completely get crushed in a debate by Andrew Wilson. You are on something. I feel like you have a little bias, Mav, against Andrew Wilson because of who he debates. I know you don't like Candace, but Andrew, that guy can debate. Believe it or not, he can debate.
So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right, and then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me, the Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond to it.
Well, you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twigs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples. And then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twigs' DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the
Honey, you've
gun,
never
so
seen
I
him
think
debate
I've already
then.
conceded
If
that we don't
that's
know
what you
that.
think. You've just seen clips, maybe.
but if you're
erudite.
Well, no, this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times,
I wouldn't
I've already said,
hope for that,
we
Roy.
don't know yet. And I've corrected that
Trey.
mistake.
No,
So
he's
if
not.
The purpose
only
of
clown
me
here
showing
is
this to
Candace.
demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember
it's not
9-hour
actually.
testimony.
It's to demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case.
He's being really soft with her.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've
on
already
the case.
I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right,
Well,
Erica. You could just sit down with me, Erica, but we could do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
by
sure.
Bringing it up.
Straight to jail, straight to jail. For questioning, at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro. And straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay. So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's obviously tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that
vocal fry
should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
why,
sat through.
Why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Just the clips that you're pulling are from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever unless you have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
just kind of filling the air.
If your
with
entire thing is
junk.
No, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not, what that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air with nonsense. Because Turning Point's like, we want to make sure that you go in there and you defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job at that.
But I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though, is like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very fair.
I expressly
we did not take out of context clips of Andrew
but
to try to
expressly said
please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
going to
off.
bring claims.
We did not.
Right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to
look how she's framing it right now. She's already trying to frame it in a way where
send it over. Let's assert a debate
poisons
claim
the well.
So that we can both
She's
be
trying
ready
to poison the
respond
well
to it.
on this interview.
That's not really what happened.
Debate.
Well, what didn't happen?
The way that you're framing the exchange.
Told you.
That's
What do you mean?
That's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true. We negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial.
And it wasn't out of
hearing.
context
I do
clips.
think
That was your time.
I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing out of the, hang on.
And
There's nothing
I did not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding you
just
to
gonna
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, hold on. We were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And
said.
we got through.
And like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I
perception
don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your Turning Point's horse.
Oh,
I
so you
think
just-
quite
just-
a
you
few of
just-
them were.
you
Was
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
You're just making stuff up.
Can we get a count of how many were about Erica?
I love these these
Erica, I
people
feel like
in the
it was
comments who come
three.
in,
Okay.
Yeah,
and
Three.
they love to reference.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims.
This is the guy that can't open the
Okay,
pickle jar.
Right?
Okay,
Oh, you
but
got
the point
him.
being is now
Oh, you
you're
got
going
him.
into trying to get me to defend
You,
my
you did a
opinions,
good
and then
job,
you
Cheese Crust. You
completely
got
shirk
him.
responsibility
Jesus
by pointing
Crust.
out yours.
It is, though.
No,
It is
they're
the
not
guy. He could not
claims.
open. I think it was an
When your
olive
claims were
jar.
Too retarded. You go.
His weak
"That's
ass
just
couldn't open an
whatever,"
olive
and then you
jar.
move on.
That's a claim and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed to
clip
be
they want
the
to play
whole
One
from
point.
more.
7 days
Okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
and
We
then
were
can go
getting
to
into the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
Okay.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago.
Yeah, Geen. Yes, Geen, Gain, Ed Gain. Yeah, very, very circular. It's as
Okay.
if they're
While
married.
they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're gonna hold to the.
And let's be
actual
honest,
contract
like
itself.
there
contract is
has
just-
to have been a moment in every man's life where he went to go open something and he just couldn't get it, and then his wife or his girlfriend is standing there next to him, and he passes it to her, and she cracks it open. And what's the famous thing? Well, I got it started for you. I mean, it's happened to everyone. It's happened to everyone. Big fucking deal. It is. It's funny. It's funny, but big deal.
not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you
I've never said you can't
or have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back?
Have a
Okay,
little
beautiful.
Technical difficulties. They'll figure it out. I got faith in them. Maybe they won't. Maybe they will. See what happens. This is Candace's technology.
You need the Jeopardy
Your team
thing.
told me they had it. So
That's what I heard. Okay, there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't
Twiggs
hear this. My
has
thing
his
went out. Just
DNA
tell me what
on
it
the
says. I'll
towel.
hear. It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his
What'd she
DNA
just
on the
say?
rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
Said this- proceeded this 4
DNA
times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they feel
as
like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things. But I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you, when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you
Did
read,
you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's,
played.
that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence. You know, got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah,
what you
I'll-
do.
I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that a permitted?
Nope.
Go ahead.
Just so I
course.
also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence, or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah, can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But
Can
I
you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're
Yeah,
just
but-
not
but
following
it seems,
enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should. Like,
All right.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
That he's,
You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name,
7
can
since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You
Go
name.
ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's.
They both don't know shit.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I.
Can
I
you
think
name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it.
your,
I'll tell 'em. Go ahead.
I love it.
you don't have
Name
to
'em.
put your fingers up.
Okay.
I
can
love
name
it.
'em. Yeah, sure.
Name them.
They both got
The
caught.
first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death
So
sentence in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And
Next.
so just for people, no, don't. I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence.
I'd be impressed if she gets the 7. I'll give her that. Does she get the 7? We'll find out.
Not, I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work,
Yeah.
and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
You
If,
name
the more
one.
you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want you
away?
to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
This
time
is my
constraints.
favorite interaction so
Wait.
far. I'm not going to lie.
The
This is my
second
favorite
charge
interaction
is
so
the
far.
felony discharge of a weapon.
It is
The
Shamrock.
next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering, and the
And what's
final
the specific charges, though?
that is them: obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, wait, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged.
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges and then 7?
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then
All right.
he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your
She
hand
always
up.
tries to
and they
get
try
meta
pretend
with
like
it.
it's
Just stick within. Like she's always trying to debate the meta of the debate. No, just stick with the thing. You don't gotta like. She's poisoning the well on the debate so she can come back to like point to these instances. Like, oh look, he was doing this or that. It's like no, just stick with the topic. But this is called poisoning the well.
sport.
Framing, narrative shifting.
He thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time.
Just appealing to
but
authority
at
and
least
emotion.
Be genuine and pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to.
I
up
like
the
that,
7 charges
Ronster.
that he just asked you about.
She's
If you guys
dancing
wanna
like a
pull that
cat
up
on a
just to
on a
confirm
hot sidewalk.
The 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit for
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7,
violent
I said offense in the presence of
in
a
front
minor.
of a child?
Yeah.
That's what
So
I said.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd degree felony. Now I did notice something. I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm
You
just
can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator. Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
Oh, no, but we do have a text from Charlie Kirk. Great job debating, Boo. I'll see you later. What the fuck?
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
I'm
have
looking
full
at the, I'm not
permission
gonna
to
give
go
names.
They're just like her, like, you know, in unflattering photos with her pregnant belly. It's like, oh, shit.
My phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 11:32 because after that, I don't need to read it.
Any other texts? Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia, and that was it. I downloaded for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah,
Then-
I don't need to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to pretend.
I get it.
I feel like what he's trying to allude to is because she was stalling, and very much so, that could look like that, but she could also be stalling to try to remember them, you know, correctly. Like maybe she did know him, but she's just stalling to try to rightfully remember them, not stalling to get like an outside text from somebody. But
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, you know, I have
that was a
my
bad
other
that was
questions
a
about
bad move on
steakhouse
Andrew's part, I think.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just
questions.
so you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There. I don't
Yeah, do you
need to
have the
that.
steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have
just
said
seen it.
the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt.
Yeah, that's the one where they interviewed the headless horseman guy. He had no head in that video.
And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay, so you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay, so to be clear, there's no receipt. You
No,
don't-
I just did the opposite. I said there is a
Well,
receipt.
you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right, with blurred
The
out.
person working on this story that blurred that out is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I
is-
agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well,
It's
the
more
reason I'm
something
asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put
I see what Andrew's doing here.
on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like, if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that
I would stay tuned.
having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah,
Agreed, Roy.
I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So should that be
chased
added
it down.
in an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure. But
Well,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's
is,
the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like
Okay.
I've sufficiently answered your question about how
Yeah.
I got
All
the
right, there you go.
information, what happened next. Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof, do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher? when Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the
About
preliminary
his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well, wait a
state
second.
to a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do
adding
to people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
This is
timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been following
He's
it.
just trying to get an answer out of you. I mean, it's like, is this on purpose, or is she really like smart and she knows how to obfuscate? Like, I can never tell with this one.
Very closely on X.
The receipt, you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know. I've been following it very closely on X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of steakhouses and having a conversation. You're following Congo on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting hairs.
No, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him. When this is like
They're getting catty.
to the crime.
You're dumb. No, you're dumb.
Murder.
It's
a
ridiculous.
death sentence.
You're
And not only that,
ridiculous.
let's
No,
point
you're
this out.
ridiculous.
One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
timeline.
I just don't know what his
What's your
issue
issue
is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case.
Oh, she does, Techno. She does.
Anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet, inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. if for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
You will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So
just started a new poll in the chat. Feel free to go with it. Who won? Now we're just going off of who do we think won with this whole thing. We got Candace, we got Andrew, and we're gonna throw draw in there just in case, just to cover all the bases. You can be stuck in the middle with the draw option.
That's
sure.
Very on brand with the show.
You can keep whatever
Great.
you want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you. I think
No
we
hard
covered the
evidence
point.
anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts.
son
I'll be
of a
asking both of
bitch.
you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts. When we set out to create a shoe that blends comfort,
When we set out to
function,
create a shoe, we got all
and
these
luxury,
shoes. You
we had
understand?
the choice to make it fast.
We're gonna make some cool
We had the
shoes.
choice to make it cheap.
We don't
We
want to make our
chose
shoes cheap.
Instead, we chose Tuscany, Italy.
We choose expensive. Huh? I don't know. I'm working on my PBD. I'm working on it. All right. This seems to be. I thought the last one was gonna be the last ad break or whatever they call this thing, but I guess not. How's everybody doing? It's been it's been almost 4 hours. I knew that this was gonna go a long time, but maybe about 3.5. It took them a good half an hour to get going before it actually got going. Oh, thank you, Shamrock. Either way, she wins because she gets whatever, the 500K. I do feel like that. I need a fucking smoke break. Smoke him if you got him. Go ahead and go do that right now. Touche, other Josh. I'll argue with anyone for 100K, dude. I'll argue with anyone for 20,000. You give me $20, and I will argue with you for as long as you want to. You know what I mean? I'm in it. We'll argue. We'll be right back. Candace lost Candace lost most of what she says has been debunked. Very good dog football. Miska says it was mentioned, but as a passing mention, if you get what I mean. Got you. She's not going to show the receipt. Just both Candace and Andrew are stirred by intellect. That comment right there was way too. What? I don't even know what that means. I feel like they're both being caught up in their own intellect. Is that what that means? Miska, it's nearly 6 a.m. Jeez. Get some sleep. The other Josh says, okay, $20. You're not a wife, Josh. I don't want to be wife, Josh. You're wife, Josh. Oh, yeah. You just give your wife $20 to agree with you. There you go. You agree. Okay, gotcha. I guess that's one way to do it. He could have said, here's $500,000, Candace. Agree with my points. Okay. Yeah, but isn't that kind of, Ronster says she should have brought some proof for that much money. I agree, but it's also kind of on the opposing team to make sure they're bringing proof. I don't know how you can force that, but I guess the assumption was there was going to be some proof being brought here. We're giving you money. Shamrock says, I'm so disappointed Fort Hucktua didn't come up. Huachuca. I do that fucking name. I had to phonetically spell out for such a long time because I was doing what Andrew did. It was just I kept messing the fucking name up. So I was like, Huachuca. But I like Fort Hucktua better. It's got a nicer ring to it. Techno says she gets paid whether she wins the debate or not. That's the low stakes. Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Uh-oh. Hopefully the stream is up. His stream is okay on your guys' side. I got a little red thing going on, but that doesn't mean anything necessarily. Hope it's good. We're also live on Rumble. Those of you who are hanging out, if you haven't yet, hit the like button, but I'm sure most of you have by then. If you haven't, though, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Catch us out on Rumble, too, if you feel like it. I wasn't sure if YouTube was going to allow this rebroadcast of PBD stream of camp, but like everyone is fucking streaming it, so I was just multi-streaming to Rumble, as we do, but this time a legit backup, just in case they poo-pooed it, because they do like a good poo-poo. They're a poo-poo fan. Oh shit, are we not live? All right, my bad. We're back. I was yapping. All right, let's see. Get back. Oh, where's the volume?
And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
I ain't going to pause it. I'll be right back.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but or answer some questions. But you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero.
Good point.
And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think.
Not once.
But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing. Unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that. But there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy. Nothing for any of her conspiracies. Not a zero, zilch. And she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now. Whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated, it probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character. And what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion.
No.
And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you.
No, Travis, I won.
I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that.
I'm thinking there was some type of conversation that happened before this, like saying, like, if you get shitty with me, I'm going to leave right away, because it is interesting to see him hold back so much. Like, unless there's, talks of a second debate to happen, but like, this is like a one-time, like a one and done. So it is, you do kind of have to wonder, why did you hold back?
They take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that
a shitload of people
Turning
are
Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate, because I believe I can win this on the merits, and I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the
I like
evidence
how
of
it's
what has happened.
like now it's a debate, but before it was just a conversation. So why was he trying to debate her? But now she won the debate. Okay.
I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up. And that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and
no,
my
because you
timeline.
refused to
I want to remind
go into
people
your claims,
that
Candace.
a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show
cares
even
about
just
that
watches
money
this
now.
debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. Part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair.
He didn't really
us both
say
speak
much.
and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which was a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this, and I trust. I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that it's here. The audience, I think you also won. If you
Less
did,
than a month.
Support the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help.
All three of them are the true winners here. Let's be honest. Not the Charlie Kirk investigation or
voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God
Bye-bye,
bless.
bye-bye.
Have a great weekend.
Bye-bye, bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, he didn't do it. Oh, nerds. Man. Look at that. He even called it the Great Debate. What do we think? Kind of underwhelmed a little bit. There are some good things about it, some bad things about it. I think Michael Knowles called it in the beginning. It just kind of, nothing's going to be solved. We truly do need to wait for the trial, but even then, the CanSlop people are probably going to be like, oh, it's, that was set up. And the FedSlop people are going to be like, oh no, the CanSlop people are crazy. We're going to have the election in 2028 is going to be CanSlop versus the FedSlop folks. That's what's going to happen. Oh man. Well, hope you guys had some fun. I'm going to hang out for a moment or two and just see what we got to say in the chats. But shiz, I had a good time. That was a long one, huh? Senator Plaskett and the Epstein files. Yeah, that son of a gun. Miska, I'm sorry. But we glad you hung out. That was fun, right? We're glad you stayed. Kicked it with us for a little bit. You definitely stayed late, that's for sure. Jamrock says, if her heart was in the right place, that's moving quick. If her heart was in the right place, she wouldn't have accused and attacked Charlie's wife. Everyone and everything Charlie ever loved and cared about. Yes. I'm happy it's over. How dare you? TZ says, we'll see you fine people tonight. Yet, tentatively, I think that's what's going on. It might be moved till tomorrow. I'm not going to lie to you. It might be moved till tomorrow, but I'll let you know. Keep eyes on the posts. We'll figure it out. Yeah, as Fiesta says, stay white, stay white. With that said, indeed, all you lovely folks, thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for hanging out with you guys. Thanks for the little community. That was fun. I had a good time. Made the debate a little better. With that said, thank you for liking. Thank you for subscribing. And if there's a show tonight, I'll keep you posted. If not, might move it till tomorrow night. But with that said, okay, we'll see you. Enough yapping. Quit your yapping. Shut up, Josh. Stop yapping. Shut up. Shut up. Goodbye.